And Laroff. Beautiful start from World Bank, who's going to go right to the lead here. Blue Sweaty Sue hustled along in his second down on the inside. Kajanek gets a tap on the shoulder, moves up, advances, takes second from Blue Sweaty Sue. Party at the Post is next and fourth, 2.5 lengths behind. A length and a half to Kitty of War and Queen's Cat. Chaos and Karma at the back, getting to the fence, 7 behind as they charge into the far turn. Post-time favorite, World Bank says, come and catch me if you can. Kajanet, still aggressively ridden, takes second, a half length back off this leader. 2 more to Blue Sweaty Sue under a ride as well. Party at the Post in fourth and is starting to lose position on the outside, ducking to the inside, attempting to re-rally as they come off the turn. World Bank drifts out, coming down the lane, maintains the lead though of Anek. Kajanek under the left-handed encouragement trying to get there. They're 1-2 with 1 furlong to go. World Bank finding more. Kajanet still trying but is second left behind as World Bank opens up the lead to 2.5. World Bank gets the money. Kajanet second. Third home was Blue Sweaty Sue, and then number 2, World Bank, pays $4.40 for the win. This race now official. The second race is coming up next. In race number 2, there's no changes. And Laroff, take the gold, wins the start, isn't quite quick enough to go with the lead. In the meantime, Desert Power had to take up sharply right at the start. Banker Blaney finds himself in front, is naturally quickest, stretches a length and a half clear of King Spirit, who's second. Mischief Exposed running in third. Take the gold, pumped upon a little bit, shown more rain, 5 off the pace with Drive Through. Another 2 to the stablemate, Solo Flight, and second to last, Desert Powers at the back as they round the far turn. Banker Blaney flees from the pack, accelerates as a 3-length lead here approaching the quarter pole, says come and catch me as you can. Banker Blaney all alone on the lead coming to the top of the stretch. King Spirit is second. He's in an all-out drive, and then comes Mischief Exposed as they wheel for the judge here. Banker Blaney has a commanding lead of 6 lengths with 1 furlong left, and there are no dangers in sight. Banker Blaney and Luis Perez went right to the lead and just never stopped. Rolls around there to score handsomely here. The winning margin, we'll call it 5 lengths. King Spirit was second. Take the Gold was third, then Solo 40. Up next is the third race on the program. In race number 3, we start a pick 4 here. Races 3 through 6, that pick 4. And Laroff. A little bit of a hesitant break there for DeVilly, who's at the back of the field. Good scramble for the lead. Georgie's Ladies on the inside's got ahead in front of Bonfire Diva, the favorite, who presses. Investment Grade third, 3 deep. Confirmed Genius right behind that trio. Gap of 2 to Jolly Miss Jill, and DeVilly can see them all as they hit the far turn. Georgie's Ladies, hard sent to keep pace, maintains an arrow lead on Bonfire Diva, who comes on the scene, goes well on the outside for Vives. Gap of 5. The top 2 have separated themselves from the rest. Investment Grade is third, hard ridden. Confirmed Genius outside of her being pumped upon. The others well out of it as they come to the top of the lane. Here's Bonfire Diva poised to pounce, grabs a short edge on Georgie's Ladies, who's second down on the inside. Bonfire Diva, 1 furlong to go, is asked to finish, and finishing she is. She opens up 2 lengths with about a 16th to go, and it's going to be Bonfire Diva to score under Sofia Vives. Bonfire Diva much best. Jolly Miss Jill from far out of it comes on for second. Just got there. Vives. Bonfire Diva, $3.50 that payout for the win. We move along. And Laroff. Alfgar was slow to go, no problems from Paint the Line, who dashes to a narrow lead in the early stages. Freedsdale, the favorite, pressing from the outside in a good spot. Sharp Playboy runs in third with Mr. Sugar Daddy, and then Four Eyes in the green. He's 4 lengths off the pace, a length and a half to Profitability. Alfgar, the trailer, 6 lengths from first to last. Paint the Line is clear on the lead and stretches the lead to a length and a half. Freedsdale in chase mode, shown a little more rain by Cabercoa, and is clearly second, rounding the turn. Mr. Sugar Daddy advancing position third while under a ride. Sharp Playboy being asked to pick it up. Four Eyes has lost position while under pressure. Profitability getting into the 2 path. He's 5 lengths off the lead, attempting to rally on, needs to pick it up. Alfgar is going to swing to the far outside for the stretch drive. They're off the turn. Paint the Line is still clear on the lead. The margin's a length and a half. Freedsdale Profitability chasing, and on the outside it's Mr. Sugar Daddy battling on here. Freedsdale gathering good momentum between horses, and Freedsdale took him a little while to get going. He's hit the front, and he will go to the winner's circle. Freedsdale, Cabercoa with 2 wins. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we go to race number 5. In the 5th race, scratch number 3, Almond Cider. And Laroff. Anointed Spirit was a little bit slow to go. Almendro showing speed today with Saratoga Banker. These two, 1-2 down the backstretch run. New York Anthem right off of them in 3rd. He's 2 lengths off the pace. Flowing River on the outside, pumped upon, and is level 5th now with Thirsty Oysters. Looking super past both of them, and he's 3 lengths off the lead going into the turn. The slow starter, Anointed Spirit. He's second to last early, and Devil or Angel is at the tail end of the field as they round the far turn. He's been out sprinted. Coming to the top of the stretch, Saratoga Banker on the outside comes calling for the lead. He's drifting a little wide off the turn, but he's challenging for the lead here with Almendro, who holds the inside spot. These two coming down the lane. It's still Saratoga Banker, nose in front. Almendro is not going away, looking super, looking for a spot to go between horses. Can't find a way through right now. New York Anthem right outside challenging Saratoga Banker. These two slugging it out, coming to the finish, and it's tight. Very tight. A good battle there in the final 6. $12.62. The 6th race on the program is up next. No jockey changes or scratches here. 21 minutes until race nicer. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Good scramble for the lead. Enunciate grabbing a short advantage with Signifying Nothing. Miss C. Banker is outside as they make their way down the backstretch run. 3 runners across the track. Enunciate with a head in front of Signifying Nothing. And Miss C. Banker now eases off, is 2 off the lead and getting towards the outside going into the far turn. Gap of 2 to Lady of Mercia, Spitfire Gal, and Home Wrecker the favorite. Between that pair, pumped upon and is claiming 5th, rounding the far turn run. Big gap of 6 back to Freud in the Hood, the first-time starter, and Lilith Moon is well out of it as they come to the top of the lane. Enunciate kicking on now. Signifying Nothing is finding nothing at the moment. It is plummeting back. On the outside, Miss C. Banker is next. Home Wrecker needs to get going. Tries to produce a final furlong burst. There is 1 furlong to go, and Enunciate is still clear. The margin's 3, and she's finishing powerfully. It's Enunciate and Kevin Navarro to win it in gate-to-wire fashion here. Signifying Nothing held on for second. Found a second lease of life to pick up a minor award there. Haro is your winning jockey. $8.50 they'd pay out for Enunciate, who wins on debut today. Middle pick 4 returns 85. And Laroff. Good beginnings from both Starship Tango and Hey Hey Harry. These two away quickest into stride. Bobby the Tank sent hard and threads the needle between them. Those 3 across the track as they sort themselves out. Bobby the Tank, Hey Hey Harry get acquainted with Starship Tango setting up shop right behind them. 3rd, 2 off the pace. A length and a half to Morvino. 4 more back to Jansen at the tail with Socks for Daughters as they round the far turn. A speed duel ensues between Bobby the Tank on the outside of Hey Hey Harry. Bobby the Tank gets a couple taps on the shoulder to kick on with it. Hey Hey Harry sent along inside of him. A length and a half to Morvino, who's 3 deep. Starship Tango on the far outside. They're moving as a pair after the early leaders, and they're down the lane. Hey Hey Harry fending off Bobby the Tank, who's struggling. He's done at this point. Starship Tango down the center, and Morvino continue to move together. It's Starship Tango with a head in front. Morvino still with him. Starship Tango, Cabercoa for the hat trick. Morvino second. Hey Hey Harry third. Special weight to end the day at 5 furlongs. In the 8th race on the program today, make the jockey on number 5, Swift Bank. And Laroff. Smooth dispatch for all the runners in the race. King Solomon in the red jacket flashing early speed. Run with Honor has some pace as well. From between them is Swift Bank as they head down the backstretch here. Run with Honor, the leader here. King Solomon a little bit tight, has to slam on the brakes as Run with Honor kicks on with it. Run with Honor into the turn, scampers away, gets to the rail, and accelerates a length and 3/4 ahead of Swift Bank, who had to take up just a little bit going into the turn, went second under the left-handed encouragement now. King Solomon third, 2.5 lengths behind, sent along another 3 to Burning Money. Then Montauk Memoirs, Honor for Mandine is well back, and Sovereignty is still well out of it and not being persevered with. Top of the stretch here, and it's Run with Honor still on the lead. Swift Bank trying to lug in here is Very Green second and getting here, and they come to the finish. Swift Bank's going to win it. Swift Bank over King Solomon, Montauk Memoirs. And
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for watching and wagering on Finger Lakes Gaming and Racecourse. Folks, without further ado, we now ask you to please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can now get out your pens, pencils, and programs because we now have today's changes on an 8-race program here at Finger Lakes. Here come the changes. The first race begins the early pick 5 wager, scratch number 2, Supreme Song. Number 2, Supreme Song, scratched out of the opener, again starting that early pick 5 bet. In the second race on the program today, please note that number 2, La Indecente, will run for the claiming price of $5,000, is not in for the waiver, so number 2 will be running for the $5,000 tag. We also have 2 updated workouts for you that are not listed in your past performance products. Number 4, Widow had a workout here at Finger Lakes over a sloppy surface on May 8th, going 3 furlongs and 40 seconds flat, was given a breezing designation for that drill out of the gate. And number 6, War Terminatrix, also at a workout here at Finger Lakes on May 9th, going 3 furlongs on a muddy track in 38.40 seconds and was given a breezing designation for that workout. The third race begins the pick 4, races 3 through 6. That's the middle pick 4. Number 4, Mr. G Dash, is 1 pound overweight. Turning our programs to race number 4, start of the late pick 5. In the fourth race today, scratch number 4, Last Vintage, and scratch number 5, Fast Amendment. Numbers 4 and 5 both scratched out of race number 4. Also in the fourth race, number 2, 10 Rule is 2 pounds overweight. And we have an updated workout for you with number 3, Yohida Moneymaker, worked out on May 8th here at Finger Lakes. 3 furlongs out of the gate over a sloppy surface in 38.40 seconds and was given a breezing designation. The fifth race starts the late pick 4 sequence on the program today. Scratch number 2, Thin Legs. Number 2, Thin Legs, scratched out of race 5. Also in the fifth race, an updated workout with number 3, Let's MAGA, on May 9th. Here at Finger Lakes, went 5 furlongs on a muddy surface and 104.10 seconds out of the gate, was given a breezing designation. And also number 5, Kaz Rose, had a workout here at Penn National in Pennsylvania on May 8th, going 4 furlongs in 50.02 seconds, and was given a breezing designation for that work. In the sixth race on the program, we're clear, no changes in race 6. Over in the seventh race, scratch number 4, Miss Wobbles. Number 4, Miss Wobbles, scratched out of race 7. The nightcap is race number 8. In the finale on the program, please note number 5, there is an owner change there, and number 3 had an updated workout that is not listed in your past performance products, worked out on May 8th at Finger Lakes, going a half mile over a sloppy surface in 50.40 seconds and was given a breezing designation for that work. 54 minutes until the opener, race number 1 here at Finger Lakes. Enjoy your afternoon watching and wagering on us today. Coming up next, the pre-race show with Dave Mattice.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. I'm here with a very special guest, our fill-in announcer this week, one of the best in the country. I got Matt Ditterman on the show. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Dave. Yeah, it's great to be here.
Sorry, we're going to improve the ratings. Finally. I mean, we might have Mailman on soon. The ratings always go up when Mailman's on the show. But thanks for being on. Matt's going to be filling in this week. and as Anthony will be off and doing a good job. What do you think about your Finger Lakes experience?
I've had a lot of fun. You know, everybody's been so nice and accommodating, and the town is beautiful. The racing's been fun. We've seen some good racing, and it's always fun to come to a new place. We've got a pretty small community here in horse racing, so to be able to meet new people is always a lot of fun. And typically, you see them along the way. People show up at different racetracks. I see some folks from here at Monmouth, so it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, we're a smaller track, so it's like a small family here.
Sure.
And you'll see that everybody knows everybody here at Finger Lakes. I mean, you've been well traveled. Actually, you started out in California?
Started in California. I was born and raised in San Diego, and went to the track when I was a youngster and fell in love with the track right away. And eventually, you know, I made my way after college to Emerald Downs in Washington. That's my first stint there right out of college. And a couple years later, I got the job at Golden Gate Fields, and of course, Golden Gate Fields shut down after my 6 years there, and I got very lucky to have an opportunity to call at Oaklawn and got that gig, and then was very fortunate enough to where Monmouth was interested. They needed somebody. So things fell into place nicely, but very lucky as well.
Yeah, too. I mean, Oaklawn has become one of the best meets of the year. I mean, I know like 3 years ago, all of a sudden out of nowhere, all the best jockeys started going there, top trainers started going there. And they got some really nice races as well. Not easy to handicap. I know you try handicapping that.
No, it's difficult, and I've said it before on the pre-race show there because we do it every day with Nancy Holthus, who's a colleague of mine, does a great job as what you do here.
Right.
It's one of these things where it's like a hub for people in the winter. You get Kentucky, of course, but you also get some people from Monmouth. You get people from Oklahoma, Prairie Meadows, Texas, even some California people, and that really just makes everything a big hub. And then what happens is they're all running against each other, and you're trying to figure out, well, this horse won an allowance over here. How does that stack up? If you win an allowance at Remington, how does that stack up with Prairie Meadows? And it can get very different, and Indiana Grand's another one folks come from. So in that respect, I think Oaklawn makes for a really hard, difficult, challenging handicapping puzzle, along with the fact that the fields are so big.
The fields are big, and the other thing is how they'll handle that track.
Yeah.
Because they are coming from other places. Some horses handle different racetracks. They come here. Sometimes they don't. Every horse handles this racetrack differently, even if they're far better. I know we used to have the stakes races here. We were getting horses that were really higher class horses than the horses here. But there was a true home field advantage. If they didn't have a trip over the track or work over a track, it's a little different now. They seem to do better than they used to coming here, and they show their class and their numbers are true. But of course, I think everybody's still getting used to having to come off Lasix for our stakes races as well.
Sure. And I think also it's just the horse for course thing. I'm sure you're a big fan of.
Yes, you have to be here.
It's a legit thing.
You have to be here. And speaking of horses for courses and jockeys for courses, Caber Coe, our leading rider last year, I want to mention this. He had a big day yesterday. 3 wins on the card. Congratulations to Caber Coe. Front speed seemed pretty good yesterday for most of the card. Of course, you were calling up there. Did you see Betty come from behind yesterday? A couple did late in the day.
I think New York Anthem, he sort of came from off the pace there, ran him down. But I really did notice that pronounced speed bias, and that's the thing about biases, though, is it can change from one day to the next, and as you mentioned, sometimes it can change halfway through the card, and I saw that a lot at Golden Gate, albeit on synthetic, but that happened a lot. You'd see gate-to-wire winners the first 4 races, and then all of a sudden they couldn't hold their speed for whatever reason, so I think that has to do with the weather. I think it has to do with the way they maintain the track.
The weather's big. How they water the racetrack here seems to be, and if we get rain today, it'll change things. And overnight, I mean, to go over the track with the tractors. I know the opening day we had probably one of the quickest tracks we've had in the last couple of years. So the next day, I start handicapping, leaning towards speed. What happens? They were closing because the rail inside was kind of dead.
Sure.
So, that happens. I mean, that's part of the game. And if you can catch it early in the card, you make your adjustments, and you can make a score that way, too. You have to handicap Finger Lakes that way. I've learned it for years. I think it was one of the first ones to start doing it years ago. Like, it was very, very important, especially when you're talking about lower price horses that run against each other all the time. And you can go by your buyers, your class levels, or whatever. But one thing you want to look at is replays, how they handle the bias that day, and what's the bias today with the pace flow that's happening. And that's how you handicap the smaller racetracks. Like
and
Finger
smaller
Lakes.
fields as
And
well.
smaller fields.
That can make a big difference.
And sometimes that can be tougher. You have to be a little more specific about who's going to be first or second,
Sure.
but you won't get the true pace that you're hoping for when you got those bigger fields where the best horse usually wins.
Right. And my whole theory with handicapping, picking horses, we run races for a reason because the best horse isn't always going to win. I always say
Right.
a horse that's ready to run and gets the best trip usually wins.
Yes, this combination of things. Like there's a question mark about the Kentucky Derby. There were a couple horses that had bad trips. We got 20 horse field.
Sure.
The best horse doesn't always win.
Sure.
Not taking anything away from Sovereignty. He might be the best horse.
Pretty good horse.
Pretty really good horse. But I'm just saying those kind of races that happens.
Sure.
First race today. We'll go over today's card. We'll get Matt's opinion on some of these races as well. Obviously, he's well experienced in handicapping. I don't know about now. You got to learn Finger Lakes. A little different here.
There's a learning curve for sure. There's a learning curve.
So we scratched the 2 Supreme song. That horse was in my top 3. They hurt me a little bit with scratches today. I had to make a lot of adjustments. But I mean, there's a horse with a big class edge in this field. And again, we were just talking about it, how this horse will handle this racetrack against this competition. But I don't, and we probably got the same top choice in here. Sensational seems to have a big class edge on this field. He did visit before when he ran in the George Barker after running in an allowance race here. But he ran into our best horse on the ground, best sprinter on the grounds, Jack and Bernie, when he was here for the George Barker. This horse is a 2-time stakes winner as a 2-year-old. I think he ran in the Tampa Bay Derby as a 3-year-old. It doesn't mean he's going to win, but he seems to have the edge. What do you think?
He sure does. I mean, from a class perspective, it's like a glaring red flash of light. It's like, I am the class horse in this race.
No question.
There's 2 things here. The first thing is he did run poorly in that stake, but he also took time off. And sometimes handicapping is speculatory, but you don't want to be too speculatory. But maybe something physically happened. He didn't run his race. He took some time off. So I'm willing to be forgiving of that. It's just that this horse here, there's 2 knocks I have with him. The first is that he's 0 for 4 this year, 0 for 5 last year, so it doesn't win often. He's 3 for 25. The second knock is he is going 5 furlongs, so even though he did run second here going 5.5, behind an X-Stout winner, Doc Advantage, is 5 furlongs a little bit too short? Is a speed horse maybe going to get away from him? I still made him the top pick. I just couldn't overlook him on class. And I just think that he's the type of horses we've seen in the past. He doesn't need to be off the pace. In good chunk of races, he's come from off the pace, but you can also sit fairly close. So I think he's got some versatility, and I have a hard time seeing this horse losing if he shows up with his best race.
Yeah, if he shows up with the best race. And sometimes that's ifs. I mean, things happen. Horses don't get a perfect trip. These short distances, when they don't have speed, that's when you see a lot of the upsets. I mean, New York Riesling is going to have speed on the inside, but I'd expect Happy instead to show a little more speed. He just was a really nice ride by Louis Perez, by the way, that won the race last time. I would expect that horse to be more aggressive because it's a smaller field. You have Almond Cider outside you, New York Riesling inside you. I expect that horse to be aggressive. And I can see Shipsational getting enough of a pace to win going 5 furlongs today. Still some ifs. Morning Cup seems like the other one that might be able to stalk and pounce in here, and that horse is pretty consistent.
Yeah, I think Morning Cup is one of these horses that if you look at his page, a couple of fast bullets on the page. Now, I don't know John Grabowski. I don't know the trainer patterns. And when you do know the trainer patterns, it helps to know, is there a trainer that likes to work their horses quickly? But who knows, maybe this horse Fresh is going to be ready to run well. But class-wise, it's just on class alone, there's no doubt Shipsational's the horse to beat. I think if you try to beat him, I think you're exactly right. Get the jump on him and try to beat him with the wire. You don't even have to beat him on the gallop out. You just have to beat him
at the wire.
Right.
And you're right, he's inside. Maybe he could get the jump, maybe get a little bit better trip, and that could be the difference. But,
sure.
Well, that's all I got to say about the first race. We do agree on that one. I think the first couple races, we probably agree, and then the races get a little bit more open as we go along. The second race, okay, you know how to say these names better than I do. Everybody knows me. I screw up the names more than anybody. But I think Tony Kalo, our prior announcer, he used to correct me all the time. Come on, man. I even screwed up. Some horse had Uber in it. I said Uber or something like that. Well, I don't like the name Uber anyway because you don't say utensil.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Utensil.
I always had a problem with Ubers anyway, but I screwed up all the time.
You don't take Uber. So.
I do take Ubers.
You take Ubers.
I take Ubers. I don't take Ubers. Around here, they're Ubers. Anyway, La Indecente. Did I say that right?
La Indecente. Yeah. Like indecent, I think.
Okay, is that in Spanish?
I'm thinking. I could be wrong. I'm 90% sure. I'll look it up on Google.
Well, you announcers are better with names than I am. I'll say that. But yeah, did get off, as it says in the program, did get off. With a closer, I don't think it cost her the race that she was off slow. I think the speed might have got away from her a little bit. Sweet Lilac was a heavy favorite in there, was much the best in that race. And, Crystal actually held on pretty well considering how hard Andre Worry sent that horse early. And by the way, speaking of Andre Worry, wanted to mention him. He was involved in a spill at the end of the day. As far as I know, he is on all his mounts today. I walked out with him. He is okay.
Good to hear.
It is good to hear. He did get up in unfortunate incident. But with that said, you do have Cruisin' to win and Crystal. They may battle again. We may see the same type of battle that we saw last time. Crystal showed more speed than I expected. I mean, she didn't show that kind of speed last year, and Andre got everything out of her that race. So
sure did.
I would think that La Indecente will have enough to close on that she can make up the ground and get the win here. Second start over the track. And sometimes that's a big angle here at Finger Lakes as well. Get that second race over the track, get the trip over the track and run better.
That's my second favorite angle in the game. Whenever a horse does something for a second time. Second time starter, second off a layoff, a second time routing, I like that angle. Horses that get a conditioning, I love the second time any horse does something. This is the race where I'm saying on the whole show today, I think this is the most vulnerable morning line favorite, Crystal.
Okay.
I do. I think that last time out, she went to the lead. She had a clear lead turning for home, got run down. Andre Worry, I thought, did a really good job, but she's going another half furlong. Same pace foes are in here. And you look at her form before a layoff last time, and didn't have great form. So I don't think this is the type of filly that necessarily you want to key in on. And if I was making an early pick 5, I would probably single La Indecente and take a shot because I think these two are a little bit faster than the rest. And I think La Indecente, who closed well last time, I think that today she's going to get another half furlong to work with, and I think that's only going to be to her benefit.
I agree. Yeah, and if you get that same type of pace scenario that she had last time, actually Sweet Lilac took advantage of. Yeah, she's going to be tough. Unless you see some improvement from a horse like Widow. I know she's had all kinds of trouble in a lot of her races. She wants to go longer, though. I use her. But Crystal's had chances, too.
Sure.
And you mentioned her as a morning line favorite. I don't think she'll be the favorite, but I think actually the horse that we're picking is going to be the favorite.
I think so, too.
But she was sent hard to get out there, and she did run a pretty good race. You're right. Andre did everything but win with a horse, and she does have a big chance to win, especially if she does the same thing and actually gets clear of Cruisin' to win.
It'll be interesting to see, too, because you look at a race where she ran actually a pretty good race routing. So it looks like that she can run okay as long as she's close to the pace. Her two best races are on the lead. So I'm thinking she's going to the front.
She's probably going to do that. Going 5 furlongs, you tend to want to be aggressive.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the third. So we talked enough about that. There's not much else. We're agreeing there's not much else to say about that one. I do think Widow is going to improve. That's one thing I'll say for tomorrow. I hope she gets her first win there. Third race, a 5,000 maiden claimer, going 5 furlongs. And finally, a race we can disagree on. I'm looking at a drop down, and it's just a slight drop. Talk about MG Dash. Wasn't badly beaten against Paint the Line. Now, Paint the Line came back and actually ran well yesterday. Of course, a little dressed up well, I should say, because it was a speed favor in Racetrack, and Paint the Line got a 47 to the half. It almost pulled off an upset. But at least it makes MG Dash's race look that much better. And he's dropping slightly to 5,000. That might be enough. I wouldn't take a short price on him, but he looks like he's a slight favorite in the morning line. A Knight's Courage ran okay, was a beaten favorite his last race. Not sure what the tactics will be from the rail. Maybe they'll be a little more aggressive from the rail and be part of the early pace. I mean, the Saxon story looks like he's got a little bit of speed, that he's going to be out there as well. I wouldn't think that they'd want him to clear, although it looks like Matt wants him to clear because he likes him on top. And he had trouble last time, so I'll let you take it away. You like the Saxon story?
Yeah, I mean, I looked at the last race and sort of got eliminated at the break. I sort of like horses that they get bet a little bit in a race, and this runner went off at 4-1.
Okay.
You can find an excuse, and they come back at the same level, and they bring a little bit better price. The knock I have on this colt is that his two best races here at Finger Lakes have come on a wet track. Now, at the moment, we don't have a wet track. If he gets some rain in the next hour or so, that's going to help him. If not, it's a question mark. But I think if he breaks better and he can get a good stocking trip, I think his best races are good enough to run very competitively at a decent price, 5-1. The question is, though, can he duplicate those best races on a fast track?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah, I was looking at that too, and was it a question of, was it the off track, or was it a couple of races where he had a clean trip? Because he hasn't had great trips in a lot of those races.
Yes.
So, yeah, I would say that's another one that you'd want to use if you're talking pick 4s, pick 5s. Not a race, a maiden 5 isn't a race you want to single anyway. And support the cat's got the numbers too. The other, well, actually Caitlin Gutterson now. I always think of Rachel Sells because she had that horse for a long time, but that horse had a lot of chances. And sometimes that's the thing. You don't really want to take a horse on top that's 0 for 30 something.
Hard to trust him, to say the least.
But definitely a horse you could use in the Super.
Yeah, and I also think MG Dash is the horse to beat. I mean, there's no
well,
doubt about it.
With the drop in class, it's just one of those. If he is a short price, I don't blame him ever taking a shot against.
Sure. Never blame people for taking a shot against a favorite when you're trying to seek some value.
Well, especially a 5,000 maiden, that's when they're the most vulnerable.
Touché.
Okay, so the fourth race got beat up a little bit here.
Yep.
It's a 11-9 claimer, and we lost 2 horses. Probably the heavy favorite, Fast Amendment, was going to be a big favorite. Question at the distance, but we don't have to worry about it. Last Vintage is also scratched as well. You know what? Other than maybe, although Yolanda Moneymaker's pulling out all the stops. Gelding, first time Lasix taking blinkers off. That's desperation, I think. That's really the only one I kind of eliminated here of the 4 horse. Sometimes 4 horse fields are a little tougher than big fields that we just talked about.
Sure.
About that. Looks like Stegosaurus is a speed. Will he stop today? Sway the Jury off the second place finish against Paint the Line, same race as mentioned with MG Dash. Maybe you could go to school to see how MG Dash does, to see if you like Sway the Jury. I mean, sometimes you do that when they write. It'll make Sway the Jury look a lot better if MG Dash wins, even though it's a cheaper maiden race.
Right, and it'll flatter his form a little bit. And the fact of the matter is, last time out in a small field, he lost a lot of ground and still ran second. Second start off a layoff here for a trainer, Anthony Ferrara, who has very good percentages second off a layoff, 22% from a 49-horse sample. I took Stegosaurus, just thinking that maybe if this horse can clear off in the lead, he can get brave. And the thing is, this horse has been running against maiden special weight companies in for a tag today, so maybe that'll help. But I like what you said about you can't really trust his finishing ability.
No, I mean, he stops, but at least he's adding Lasix today.
Right.
You know, you're going to get a cooler, rainy day. If the speed was good yesterday, if he's not going to stop, it's going to be against a field like this, or else it's time to drop to 5.
And I think a Lasix move here. I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe this horse has had difficulties finishing for a reason in which he needs Lasix.
Honestly, right.
That happens a lot. We see horses get on that diuretic, and they can run a little bit better and finish better. So there are question marks, but he's definitely going to be a little bit better value. So I figured, what the heck, I'll take a shot in a 4-horse field, and maybe he can get things his own way. But I think it'd be hard-pressed to find anybody other than Sway the Jury who should be noted as the one to beat.
But, again, is he going to have the pace? It's only 5 furlongs. Those are the type of favorites. You got a short field. You might have a loose speed if 10-run rule can't keep up early. And probably will. Stegosaurus will probably have a clear lead in here. It's just Sway the Jury's going to have to make up a lot of ground in this race. They may stop too early, and maybe he wakes up the ground, pulls away. I don't know.
Sure.
But off of the last race, you're right. He's the horse to beat. Catches an easier field, but maybe not the greatest pace scenario.
Yeah. And that's about all we can say.
That's all about that's all you can say about a 4-horse field.
Sure.
But at least, the one thing how you play 4-horse fields, you use them in pick fives. Maybe you take a shot at a single in there, take the shot, play the pick five.
Sure.
That's usually how you got to look at those.
For someone like me, maybe I single Stegosaurus and cross my fingers and hope that he can clear out.
Take a shot because he's going to be a price. It'll be a little bit of price for a 4. Well, I mean it's a 4-horse field, but he might be 4 or 5 to 1.
I think multi-race people. There are going to be a lot of singles on Sway the Jury.
Probably.
A lot of people. So
just because it's a short field, right?
Sure.
Right. Let's go to the fifth. Fifth race. All right, Thin Legs was probably going to be a favorite in here, so it's another one that's scratched. It's kind of a big scratch because figured to be the speed. So that kind of changes the fifth race a little bit here. Now you got to kind of look at it again. Well, who is the speed after Thin Legs is out? Maybe She Loves to Win. Buckley's horses have been sharp off the lay. I think he won 2 races yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
That first time starter.
Spice Town filly.
Yeah, the Spice, of course, the horse was so well bred.
Right.
But, I mean, that horse won easy. And he won with that other speed horse off of a long layoff. So maybe that one could get the lead. Or Let's MAGA has been aggressive in the past. I know you're not probably much of a MAGA guy.
I try to stay away from that.
Yeah, we don't talk politics.
Yeah,
on
right.
this show.
For sure. We're here to watch horses. Fun. Yeah. I will say though, I'm surprised the Jockey Club passed that one.
Okay. I like the entry. I'm a little concerned about the pace. I know Make a Joyful Noise is better than these horses, and that's kind of what I'm looking at. I mean, she runs for 5,000, but she's always right there against some of the better, if you want to say better, $5,000 races. And I thought she ran well in the Bonfire Diva race. That's a race that Bonfire Diva put up a pretty good number for a 5,000 claimer. I know the track was faster, the times were quicker, but Bonfire Diva makes the race look better. That's why Thin Legs would have looked better too, but
sure.
She's out. I'm a little concerned if she's going to get the pace today. Maybe Reiterate could be aggressive and help her out a little bit. And Reiterate could be dangerous too if she is able to be a little more aggressive and get out there with She Loves to Win or Let's MAGA. But again, not a lot of speed in here, and that concerns me with the entry that I like.
Yeah.
But I do think that this entry should be awfully tough if Make a Joyful Noise can get something to chase after. And we're a 5 to 1 morning line.
And you get 2 for the price of 1. So if the other one runs well, you're still right.
Yeah, I didn't commit to you. I didn't commit.
You get both.
I get both.
I picked She Loves to Move. I just agreed 100% with what you said about the pace.
Right.
Now that really helps her. This barn, I don't only bet Human Connections, but when they're rolling and they're winning, you sort of want to strike when the iron's still hot. And
right.
Hey, this runner has shown an affinity for this racetrack, as you mentioned earlier in the car. There are horses that some of them just really like Finger Lakes, and She Loves to Move certainly seems to relish this track. So I think she will be favored, and if she wins, you're not going to get lots of value, but I think she's your winner here if she runs a race.
If she does, I mean, let's say she does get the lead, and she's able to relax out there. A lot of times, I do not like horses, third week into the season, you got horses that have run, and they're coming off the layoff. Well, you know what? It's John Buckley, and his horses are winning off the layoff. So
sure.
She is an easy horse to like, especially if she is able to get a clear lead. So I can see all your points on that one. I like her too. I'd have to use her.
Sure.
Yeah, and Let's Mag is an interesting long shot because she has had speed in the past. She didn't really show it last year because the races didn't come up that way. And it was one of those things too, where she pulled off an upset by sitting back and making a run, probably one of the best races that she had. And I think David Iola, who's a sharp guy, decided, maybe she's a better off the pace horse. When she was with Engelhardt and Bobby Cook, they were using her more as a speed horse. So it's interesting to see what the tactics will be with that horse, with only She Loves to Move, having some tactical speed. Does Let's MAGA be aggressive and get out there, or at least stay close?
And one thing about horses coming off of layoffs like this mare, and we see a couple of bullet works here, sometimes horses that are coming off layoffs and they're fresh, or even horses that just freshen up a couple months, they tend to show their speed a little more. They're ready to run, especially a 9-year-old mare like her. She knows what her job is. You could also make the other side of the coin and look at that and say, well, sometimes older horses, they change their running styles. Maybe they lose a little bit of early zip, but Maybe if she's really fresh, then maybe she will show, and even if she's not on the lead, maybe a little more natural speed. Just because it's like when you go to the gym, right? It's like you haven't worked out in a couple months, and you might not have the stamina, but your legs feel good, and you're fresh for a little while. Versus you go to the gym and run on the treadmill every day for 2 months, and at some point there's going to be a little wear and tear there.
I like the gym reference.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like the gym reference. But if I take a couple months off of the gym, I'm going crazy. I'm going absolutely
That's
crazy.
why
I go 3 or 4 days, and I'm like, my God.
Yeah, I need to get back in the gym. Thanks for the reminder.
No, you're the one. I like the reference. We like to use gym references on the show.
Absolutely.
But you're right. I mean, Let's Baga does have natural speed, and what they were doing with her, they were taking her back. It wasn't like she was just naturally back there.
Right.
So they may try to change tactics here, going 5 furlongs as well. So I like that. Anybody uses, if you use New England Patriot references, boxing or lifting, you're welcome on the show all the time.
My parents,
especially New England Patriots.
That's amazing because my parents are both from Massachusetts, Fall River and Watertown, big Patriots fans. My whole family. So
sharp people.
Absolutely.
You're in Buffalo Bills country here, though.
Oh, I know. I know. A little cold up there. I don't think a California guy like me can take the Buffalo cold.
Well, it's tough to be a Patriot fan when you got a bunch of Buffalo Bill fans surrounding you.
It's tough to be a Patriot fan based on their record the last couple
No, it's tough to be a Patriot fan lately. Yeah. We got hope, though. 6th race, an 11-9 claimer, never won 3 condition, 4 fillies and mares. Yeah, pace is important here. Now, Exotis does have some speed. That horse has to have the lead when the horse has won, and she's not that fast.
Right.
Busted Time actually showed a little more speed last time, trying to keep up with the eventual winner. She's a Freud. Now, She's a Freud is very quick. Speaking of John Buckley off a layoff, She's a Freud was the only one that was the only inside speed horse to win all day, I think. But she was lone speed, and Busted Time chased her home and actually didn't lose any ground and looked pretty good. I'm a little concerned if she has that speed today, if Exotis hurts her a little bit, if that one gets out there. I hope I'm saying that one right.
Which one?
The 6?
Yeah, it looks like a Greek god name. I haven't looked at the name yet, but I will when I go upstairs. I usually do before the race.
I think
Ixides, probably.
Okay, I think Tony and Anthony both called it Exotis, but
Exotis.
I have my memory's bad too, so as well as
we're gonna look it up on Google because Google's right 100% of the time.
No, it's not.
That would be facetious.
Yes, right. But I mean, at least you could get a better guess than what I'm just saying. Exotis, you know.
It's not Exodus, I know that.
No, I don't think so.
I'm gonna look it up.
Trouble. Okay, while you do that, I'll talk about Troubled Luck, who is obviously the horse to beat and probably the best horse in the race. The only question mark with Troubled Luck, obviously, is the distance. She's going to have to make up some ground coming out of those mile races, and she's bred very well for routes. But very good trainer and jockey, and it's just a matter of her getting up, going 5 furlongs.
Ixides. That's how you say it.
Ixides?
Ixides.
I was close then.
Yeah, you were very close.
Okay.
It's got to be a Greek god.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go with that.
Ixides.
War Dancer.
Yeah. I do think that Bustin' Time's going to show speed today. I picked Troubled Luck though. My favorite angle, by the way, that I told you my second favorite.
Okay.
Second time a horse is doing anything. Favorite angle, route to sprint. Love the angle. There is a negative to the route to sprint, which is that sometimes horses they lose a little bit of speed when they get from those route races to
when they're close together, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you put a bullet work for the race, you might get that speed back. Though,
Sure. But I just think I see it all the time, especially in cheaper races.
Right.
But all the time, horses are just really fit when they do that. And if you're coming off a 3-month break and you're going, route to sprint, that's different than if, in this scenario, you're coming back in 3 weeks. This horse is going to be really fit for Michael Ferraro, 18% route to sprint. And you look at this horse's sprint races, not great, but there are a couple sneaky good efforts on the page sprinting. So do I think this horse is better routing? Maybe a little bit, but dropping in class out of races at Aqueduct, that's a class edge. So that's why I like this horse. But, this horse hasn't been super speedy in routes. So is this horse going to have too much to do? That's the question I have. I'm taking that stand.
Sometimes they're closer just because they're better. I mean, even
That's
though they're
true.
coming out of routes, chasing better horses, Asked a little bit more going 5 furlongs, can stay in range. And you're right, she's class-wise, she might just be better than these. My only question mark was going 5 furlongs. But if I'm playing pick fours, I'm probably just using 5-7. I threw Dreamery in for third just on a late rally. I don't know necessarily. 5 furlongs is too short for her, but she could run by some of these other ones. Like I say, Exoti's might get tired of trying to stay up with Bustin' Time. Numeric, not the greatest of form. Ruby's Mission might need one. Tamaki's another interesting one. Tamaki or Tamaki, there's another one. Talia or Talia, I always say her name wrong. That one is dropping a little bit, and she's got a look too, but I would probably just use 5 and 7 if I'm doing pick fours or pick fives and throwing everybody else for numbers.
I agree. I think it's probably a 2-horse race unless they don't run to paper form.
Right.
Anywhere, and I'm talking about like anywhere close to paper form.
Correct.
They look like they're just the better horses.
I agree. Seventh race, the scratch of the 4, Miss Wobbles. Kind of a big scratch because that horse figured to be a pace threat. I think it does help. Who I ended up putting my top choice, Sky Travel. Now, I'm not that as impressed looking back on the last race just because of how quick the track was, but she did dominate that field. And of course, you got to question what was behind her in that maiden race for especially. And the track did help her. But it wasn't one of the faster times for the day, considering how fast the track was. Right. So the reason I'm still going to put her on top here is because I think she might be loose. And 5 furlongs, she looks to be the main speed. Obviously, the water's deeper when you're going from a restricted 3-year-old maiden race to a 2 lifetime 3 and up allowance, a tougher race. But I think the pace, if the track's is at least somewhat favoring speed, the pace is going to really favor her.
The best thing that could have happened with this filly to have her chance to win is that Miss Wobble stays in the barn. That's the best possible scenario because Miss Wobble, she can't win unless she's on the lead. So that was going to be a send mission if she was in this race. Right. Now you've got Sky Travel. She, like you said, she didn't really set blistering fast fractions, and she got things her own way, but she did it the right way, and certainly ran like a filly that going just another half furlong, it's not going to be a problem. I would put her second now. I have 5-1-3. I'd put her second. I still pick Rochelle My Belle, who actually ran in a stake at Monmouth as a 2-year-old last year. She's the class of the race. I agree that the fact that the 4 is out does not help Rochelle My Belle. It only helps Sky Travel. But I don't think there's anyone fast enough to go with Sky Travel. But Rochelle My Belle is the class of the race, and you look at who she's been running against, it's hard to knock her in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, Sky Travel might stop on her own. Notice she was stopping in New York. You know, in those maiden races. I mean, she's going quick, but she was stopping, going a little bit further. So she may make it interesting late, but she's the one to catch.
And here's the thing, especially if we see that speed holding like we did yesterday, I think later in the card, people are going to take notice of that. Horse players are sharp. They're paying attention. They're going to take notice. And I think depending on the bias, that could very much help her if the bias is the same.
That's true. Okay, so last race, we'll get through this real quick. So I know you got to get up there and do a post parade.
Yeah.
First race.
I'm earning my paycheck.
Oh, we're going to make you work here at Finger Lakes.
That's fine. I enjoy it. I thrive off of it.
We like having you here. If you didn't work in Monmouth, we would have tried to get you to work here.
I would have got a place on the lake, probably.
Yeah, it's nice down
Tried
here.
to, anyway. I don't know
it's
if I
nice
could
around here.
Try.
I can't afford a place on the lake.
I was going to say
they don't give me as good a salary though.
I have a condo on the lake in Arkansas, but that's a lot cheaper than New York. So give it that.
Canandaigua Lake over here is not. It's kind of special. Of course, with what you pay me, I'm lucky to be living near a pond.
I don't think either of us are going to be Oprah Winfrey's neighbor. Let's put it that way.
All right, let's look at the last race, and it's an interesting one because you got a horse going from the artificial surface to dirt, but does have some speed, and I think that's really going to help Untroubled. I got basically a 1-2 speed number here because a lot of them in this race are going to have a lot to do. It's only 5 furlongs. You got Drinkin' Solo, no speed. Interchanger comes from way out of it. Independent Paul, way out of it. With No Name, out of it. So I'm kind of looking at some of these speed horses. Do they get away from the rest of them? And Untroubled is one of those where he does have some natural speed. He's not a true shoot out there and get the front, but he's got the rail. And the only other one with speed in here is U Butte, who's coming off the layoff. And I got those two, basically a 1-2 speed number, just going around the track together.
And I like that Untroubled is a horse that we saw 3 starts ago, and this horse won actually at Gulfstream, was only sitting a half length off the pace. So this horse has the
so he
ability
does
to
have
be close.
speed, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I do agree. I think U Butte's the horse that's going to go. Another one though that can stalk. 1-2 starts ago, stalking the pace. So I think he's going to go. I think maybe Indy Cowboy is going to show speed, and I think Untroubled, the only negative here, I think he's the class of the race. I think he's your winner. I don't think he's going up in 4-1. I think he's going to be your favorite.
Yeah.
But I guess the only question I have is that inside post going to hinder his chances? Because Romero Mirage, who's aboard, he's going to have to pretty much from the inside decide what he wants to do pretty quickly, because he probably doesn't want to get caught behind horses.
Yeah, I think he can be aggressive enough. On talent and class, I think he's got enough speed.
Yeah.
As U Butte. I mean, U Butte's speed, but not that fast speed. You notice the fractions he's doing. I mean, he's coming in sharp. These horses were down in Tampa. They're working here. They're all fit for M. Anthony Ferraro. So, but he's not that fast that Untroubled from the rail can't get out there with him. Indy Cowboy might actually get the trip in here. But again, off the layoff. U Butte's off the main threats who have some tactical speed for the distance. I think the distance is too short for the rest of them. Indy Cowboy and U Butte are the ones coming off the layoff. So even though Untroubled's changing surface, he's got a little bit of a fitness edge on those horses having run in 2025.
He does.
And I think that's going to be a little bit of a difference if he handles, and he's handled the dirt before.
And the class drop should do him just fine.
Okay. Well, thank you for being on the show. I know you got to get up to the booth.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me. It's been a wonderful time. Everybody here has been great, and pleasure to be your fill-in announcer.
Oh, it's great. I mean, I hope you don't get lost in the small town of Farmington, New York here. But it's always great to have Matt here. He does a good job, and he does a good job everywhere. But it's great to have him, and hopefully in the future I'll have you on the show again.
Pleasure, absolutely. Would love to do it.
All right, everybody have a good day here at Finger Lakes.
And the runners are now on the track for race number 1. Here's the field. Number 1 is New York Riesling. Joel Cruz is riding today. Number 2 is Scratched. Number 3, Morning Cup. Tabor Koa has the assignment. Had a big day yesterday. Number 4 is Happy Instead. Luis Perez, the rider. Number 5, Shipsational. Heeman Harkey is the rider. Completing the field is number 6, Almond Cider with Stephen Fred. 5 minutes until race number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this first race, an allowance for 3-year-olds and upward going 5 furlongs. We kick off the early pick 5 wager here. There's also Win Place, Show, Exacta Try, Superfecta Wagering, Daily Double, and pick 3 wagering. 4 minutes to post for the opener here on an 8-race card. Less than a minute to post, ladies and gentlemen. Start of the early pick 5 here. We have a mandatory daily payout every day in that early pick 5. And we'd also like to wish a special Finger Lakes welcome to Wheels from 95.1 Radio here this afternoon. Less than a minute to post. Rick Coyne, Aaron Higgins-Levis, and Ron Walker, our stewards today. 8 races on the docket here, and the runners have reached the starting gate. It's post time. New York Riesling, the first one to go in. Morning Cup coming up. Morning Cup goes in. New York Riesling has also gone in. Happy Instead loading. 2 back, Shipsational. And then to the outside post, Almond Cider to round out the field. Again, 8 races today on our program. Tuesday afternoon. A little bit windy out today. Overcast skies. Track is fast currently. And Almond Cider comes up to the outside post. Good luck. We're ready to go. And we're off. 5 runners broken, a single file line. Morning Cup on the lead with New York Riesling. New York Riesling to the lead. From Morning Cup, who takes the second spot with Happy Instead. Almond Cider 3 deep with that pair. And a length and a quarter to Shipsational, who drops to the back. The favorite will have to pass them all. They go into the far turn around the long shot. New York Riesling carving out the fractions in the opener. A length and a half in front of Almond Cider in second. Happy Instead third, losing a little bit of ground in third while sent along from that position. Morning Cup next and fourth on the inside of horses, and the favorite Shipsational is getting to the outside for a bid. Begins a rally as they come to the top of the lane. New York Riesling off the turn, being swarmed on both sides here. On the extreme outside, Shipsational is coming with a finish here. Almond Cider right ahead of him, but Shipsational is rolling home. Morning Cup on the inside got the jump on Shipsational, and Morning Cup's kicking away. Morning Cup from Shipsational into second. Morning Cup to get the victory over Shipsational. Photo for third, Almond Cider Happy Instead, and fifth was New York Riesling in the opener. Number 3, Morning Cup was first. 5, Shipsational second. Photo finish for third and fourth. Please continue to stand by after every race until our judges make this race official, the stewards. A photo finish for third. Running third was number 6, Almond Cider. Fourth, number 4, Happy Instead. 3, 5, 6, 4, your top 4. Final time for 5 furlongs, 58.75 seconds. Now entering the winner's circle is number 3, Morning Cup. A 6-year-old bay gelding by Hard Spot. Out of Cafe Tier by Elusive Quality. Morning Cup was bred in Kentucky by JMJ Racing Stables, now owned by TSP Enterprises, and trained by John Grabowski. Your winning jockey, Kay Burkoa. Morning Cup, 9:20 for the win. This race is now official. We move along to race number 2. And the second race on the program this afternoon. We turn our programs there, and in the second race, there is no jockey changes or scratches. Race 2 coming up in approximately 21 minutes. Race 2 at 5 furlongs. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we have free digital live racing programs here at fingerlakesgaming.com. Visit our website to download those free programs for you, fingerlakesgaming.com.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 2. Just a minor upset there as Morning Cup, fresh horse, able to get the jump on Shipsational. And Caber Koa keeps it going. Caber's red hot right now. Had 3 wins yesterday and just starting where he finished off as Morning Cup looked the part in the morning. Horse was shooting bullets and now gets the victory to start off this Tuesday card. All right, second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer, 4 fillies and mares, goes a different distance of 5 furlongs. and a couple horses getting some play that you would expect to get some play. You got Crystal at 9-5, coming off a good second place finish, probably one of the best races she's run. Indecente ran a good race, despite getting off a step slow. Probably wasn't going to be Sweet Lilac anyway, but she did close some ground going 4.5. It's just a question of the pace flow here. Does Cruisin' to Win and Crystal, do they do battle like they did last time? And that's the key to the race, because other than War Terminex, who may get involved, not a ton of speed in here for this Decente to close on going this 5 furlong distance. But if she can stay in range off of the last race, I think La Decente can improve enough to pass Crystal this time and get to the winner's circle. Now, Crystal did run a good race. Andre Worry sent this horse hard that day to get the lead and eventually getting in front of Cruisin' to Win. Cruisin' to Win again inside of Crystal, so maybe you get the same kind of pace flow as you did last time, unless War Terminex does decide to get into the battle early. But Crystal has had a lot of chances. She does have 5 seconds, second or nothing for Crystals, not even any thirds. But obvious contender against this group after a pretty good race off of the break. Right now they're co-favorites at odds of 9-5. Mentioned War Terminex on the outside. She is getting some play. She is a horse better bred for the turf and other surfaces, but she did run decently on the dirt in one of the starts last year where she ran second. It was kind of a soft field. They went 107 for the 5.5. But she had trouble in her next start, and she did try the route in her only other race and chased and quit. So the surface is still a question. She is a better turf horse than dirt, but at this level, she is competitive. Very well-bred horse is War Terminex. See if she comes out running. She is getting a little bit of support right now at odds of 7-2. See if she stays that way. I would demand a little better price than that one. I thought an interesting long shot was the 4 Widow. She ended up being my third choice after the two and the 3, because Widow does show some flashes. She hasn't, obviously bad form when she was running against the 2-year-olds here. She had some troubled trips, and the same could be said in her first start of the year. I mean, she got off badly, kind of chased a little bit, but I didn't think she ran that bad of a race. If she can get an error-free trip here, I think she could get into the number, and she is going to be a price. Right now she's at odds of 8-1. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 is starting in race number 2. You got 7 minutes to post.
And the runners are now on the track for race number 2. The second race, maiden 5 claimers, fillies and bears, 3-year-olds and upward going 5 furlongs. Here's the field. Number 1, Cruisin' to Win. Emmanuel De Diego is the jockey. Number 2, La Decente. Michael Davila Jr. has the call. Number 3, Crystal. Andre Worry with the ride. Number 4, Widow. Stephen Frett is the pilot. Toast to Success is number 5. Sean Barrios, the jockey. And number 6 is War Terminatrix with Jeremias Flores. 5 minutes until race number 2. Good luck. And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race 2. A field of a half dozen in this race. Cruising to win, the first one to go in. La Indecente, post position 2. Crystal, post 3. Half the field has loaded. Widow. Crystal and Widow have both got in. Widow now a little bit reluctant to go forward there at 18-1. La Indecente, your current favorite, at low odds too. Well, 8-5 at this point, but still fairly low odds there. Toast to Success, second to last. War Terminatrix to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Cruising to win from the inside post. War Terminatrix from the outside are quickest, with La Indecente pushed upon between that pair and is up there in the vanguard. Those three are 2 lengths clear of Crystal in the 4th position, another 2 lengths to Widow, and Toast to Success at the back. Cruising to win is first. Cruising to win into the turn, a neck in front of La Indecente, the 7-5 favorite right there to match her going into the turn. Gap of 2 to War Terminatrix. Crystal to the inside, slips inside of her, and another 4 back to Widow. Toast to Success at the back as they approach the top of the lane. La Indecente head in front, cruising to win. Back to second as they come to the top of the lane. Crystal, the rail's open for her to come on through. La Indecente down the lane with Crystal. These two going at it in the final furlong. La Indecente still with a nose in front of Crystal. War Terminatrix trying to come on here. La Indecente, 16th to go, starting to edge away. La Indecente, shout out Raylu. La Indecente gets it. Second home Crystal, then War Terminatrix and Widow, who was 4th. Number 2, La Indecente was first, 3 Crystal second, 6 War Terminatrix third, 4 Widow fourth, 2, 3, 6, 4 your top 4. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. This race is now official. Now entering the winner's circle is number 2, La Indecente. La Indecente is a 4-year-old bay filly by Vino Rosso. Out of Gloomy I'm Not by the Wildcat. La Indecente was bred in New York by Sequel Stallions New York LLC, now owned and trained by Luis Gutierrez. Your winning jockey, Michael Davila Jr. La Indecente pays $4.80 for the win. Early daily double, 3 and 2, $33.20. Final time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute 1.37 seconds. Up next is race number 3. Turning our programs to the third race on the program. In race number 3, let's take a look here. There's no jockey changes or scratches. Another maiden claimer going 5 furlongs in the third, and we begin that middle pick 4 bet races 3 through 6. Post time for the third race coming up in 19 minutes. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, our first Wednesday live program of the season takes place tomorrow. First post is 1 p.m. To the Wednesday race cards we go. Tomorrow's our first Wednesday card again, first post 1 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a late overweight being announced for the first time in the upcoming third race. Number 3, Frontal Vision. Now 3 pounds overweight. 3 pounds over for number, or rather, make that 4 pounds overweight. 4 pounds over for number 3, Frontal Vision in race 3. Again, number 3, 4 pounds over in the third race.
Okay, horses are getting ready for race number 3, and that was Lugu, owned horse, La Indecente, getting the victory. Michael Davila able to guide that one, well-timed ride by Michael, as that one, as the favorite, gets the victory in race number 2. We look at the third. It's a 5,000 maiden claimer going 5 furlongs. We start a pick 3 and a pick 4 in this race, and pretty competitive event here. You see the early money on the 4 MG Dash, and the big thing is this one takes a drop in class after running against the 11 and 9s. The race won by Paint the Line. Paint the Line came back and ran very well yesterday. Almost pulled off a minor upset. Just got caught at the wire by the favorite. Ended up coming back and running second. And MG Dash does drop to the 5,000, so you'd figure this is a little bit easier field, especially after running against 20,000 3-year-olds at Aqueduct, where he ran second in a sprint. Logical horse in here. See if he can respond to the drop and get the victory, as Caberco has been on fire the last couple days. Now, the 1 A Knight's Courage, probably the biggest threat, coming off a second-place finish, a beaten favorite when dropping to 5 himself after running against $30,000 maiden claimers in New York. Now, he's been overmatched in those races. He was somewhat competitive against easier 2-year-olds last year. Hasn't shown much so far in his 3 starts as a 3-year-old, and that was his best effort last time, responding to the drop to 5,000. So if he can move forward from that race, he should be awfully tough in here, as he at least hit the board. It wasn't the fastest of times that they did in 54 and change, but you wouldn't expect him to run much faster in here. So he's a logical contender. Support the Cat is getting some win money, but you got to be awfully brave
to play this one in the win pool when he's over 33. Now, in his defense, most of those 33 starts have been against tougher maidens. He's only made 4 starts at the 5,000 level, and he's hit the board 3 of the 4 times. So maybe his day is coming soon, staying at the 5,000 level. He's in for the waiver claim again as a support the cat. Maybe numbers wise, at least it's hard to leave out if you're playing tries and supers. So some of the contenders for race number 3, exacta try super daily double, the pick 3 and the pick 4 starts in this race.
And the runners are now on the track for race 3 of maiden $5,000 claimers, 3-year-olds and upward, going 5 furlongs. This race offers win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering, daily double wagering, pick 3 wagering, and we kick off the middle pick 4 here, races 3 through 6. Here's the field for the third race. Number 1, A Knight's Courage. Jeremias Flores is the rider today. Number 2, The Saxon Story. Carlos Camillo is in the irons. Number 3, Frontal Vision. Juan Diaz has the call. Number 4 is MG Dash. Caber Koa looking for a second win today. Number 5, Awesome Weapon. Andre Worry in the saddle. And number 6 is Support the Cat with Christian Navarro. 4 minutes to post for race number 3. A 5 furlong dash starting that middle pick 4, races 3 through 6, 4 minutes away from the third. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a change, just a note here, not necessarily a change, but a correction in race number 3. In this third race, number 3, Frontal Vision, it does not list in your program or past performance products that he wore blinkers last time out. He did wear blinkers last time out, and he will be running it with blinkers again. So, again, number 3, Frontal Vision in this third race, had the blinkers on in his last race, not noted in your programs or past performances, and also note, and it's not listed here either, he will have blinkers on today. He's got those red blinkers on, and he will race with them. Less than a minute to post for race 3. Start of that middle pick 4, races 3 through 6. And the runners are now about to load into the gate for race number 3, Frontal Vision. The first one to load into the gate, post position 3, he goes in. A Knight's Courage in the red jacket. The Saxon Story loads forward next. MG Dash goes forward. Awesome Weapon, post position number 5. Waiting for Awesome Weapon to take his spot in the gate. And to round out the field, Support the Cat to the outside. We're ready to go. And they're off. Slow break from MG Dash, who's at the rear of the field after that. Support the Cat right to the lead. A Knight's Courage sent hard for speed as well. Frontal Vision in the mix. The Saxon Story easing off the early leaders. Contentious tempo on the front end. Frontal Vision head in front. A Knight's Courage there to match him from the inside. Support the Cat 3 deep with that pair, going a little better than the other two at this point. There's a gap of 4 to the Saxon Story off the speed. A length clear of Awesome Weapon and the favorite MG Dash trying to split that pair, being encouraged to pick up the pace as they come to the top of the lane. A Knight's Courage, Frontal Vision, Support the Cat in the 3 path on the outside. These 3 still across the track as they come off the turn. The Saxon Story staying on the rail as they come down the lane. MG Dash still struggling behind horses. Furlong to go. Support the Cat is taken over. Blew past the Knight's Courage. Frontal Vision weakens. The Saxon Story on the inside battling for a minor award. Support the Cat full of run today. And Support the Cat under a hand ride, won by 3. A Knight's Courage was second. Third home in the race, the Saxon Story. Awesome Weapon checks in 4th. Number 6, Support the Cat was first. 1, A Knight's Courage second. 2, the Saxon Story third. 5, Awesome Weapon fourth. 6-1, 2-5, your top 4. Final time for 5 furlongs, 1 minute, 0.92 seconds. In the winner's circle is number 6, Support the Cat. A 6-year-old bay gelding by Courageous Cat out of Supporter by Hook and Ladder. Support the Cat was bred in New York by Marianne Hooterbeast, now owned by Luann Bianchi and trained by Caitlin Gutterson. Your winning jockey is Christian Navarro. Still waiting on the official placing. Stand by. This race now official. Support the Cat, 14-20 for that win. Race 3 complete. We move along to race number 4. Start of the late pick 5, races 4 through 8. Please note in this race we are scratching numbers 4 and 5. There's no show, trifecta, or superfecta wagering with these two scratches. A quartet in the 4th race to start the late pick 5. It's a 5-furlong maiden $11,000 claimer, 3-year-olds and up. Post time for the 4th race, 25 minutes away at 2:33.
All right, 11 minutes to post for race number 4. Well, today was the day as Support the Cat finally breaks through in the 34th start to get the victory. Congratulations to Caitlin Gutterson, as that's her second win of the season. That one ridden to victory by Christian Navarro. Congratulations, you have that one. No try, no super, no show, as we're down to 4 betting interests here in race number 4. Scratch what would have been the big favorite, Fast Amendment. Also scratch the 4, Last Vintage. Opens up the race a little bit here. Do like the outside horse, the 6, Sway the Jury. I think the only concern, the main concern, is the lack of early speed for the distance of 5 furlongs. He doesn't have a lot of speed, and that was the problem last time. Paint the Line got away. By the time he got going, race was over at 4.5 furlongs. Could happen here with a short field. Stegosaurus looks like the speed. 10-run rule would be the one to press, but now he's got to make up that ground because he doesn't have any early speed. He may find himself 5-6 lengths out of it, but he may also just be the best horse and run them down. That's what's tough about the short field. Being the best horse without any early speed, you got to still be that much the best to run down horses that may have a tactical edge on you and may have a significant lead on you. Now, 10-run rule would be the next biggest threat, as he'll probably be out there close to Stegosaurus, who usually stops. Now, Stegosaurus does take a drop in class. Maybe he can sustain that speed a little bit better. He does go first-time Lasix, but if he does his normal stop job, 10-run rule would be the one to take over and basically get first run on Sway the Jury. Maybe that's why he's the other one getting play. Now, the other horse in here, Yohida Moneymaker, is getting some play. Right now is second choice on the, or third choice on the board, I should say, at 5-2. He will compete as a gelding for the first time. He'll go first-time Lasix and take the blinkers off. They're pulling out all the stops. Not really a drop in class, considering those main special weights were the restricted 2-year-old races where he hasn't shown much. But it is his first start as a 3-year-old. Sometimes you'll see horses fill out and run a lot better as a 3-year-old, and maybe with the changes he will run better. But those are the horses for race number 4. Again, only 4 betting interests, so no trifecta, no superfecta, no show. But we do start the late pick 5 with this race. Again, scratch the 4, Last Vintage, and the 5, Fast Amendment.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race 4, a maiden $11,000 claimer, 3-year-olds and up, going 5 furlongs. Here's the field. Number 1, Stegosaurus. Carlos Cabillo is the rider this afternoon. Number 2, 10-run rule. Heman Harkey is the pilot. Number 3, Yohida Moneymaker. Michael Davila Jr. looking for a second win on the program today. Numbers 4 and 5 are scratched. Number 6, Sway the Jury, with Luis Perez up. 5 minutes to race 4. Race 4 begins our late pick 5, races 4 through 8. There's no trifecta, superfecta, or show wagering here, but we do have win, place, exacta, daily double, wagering, and of course the pick 5, races 4 through 8, that late pick 5. 5 minutes to post for the 4th race. 1 minute to post time. The runners are approaching the gate. Runners loading into the gate for the fourth race. Stegosaurus goes in. 10-run rule coming up. Yohida Moneymaker, post position 3. Hand to the outside post. Sway the Jury. We're ready to go. And Lay off. Sway the Jury on the far outside, pretty much run the break, but they're lining up here in the first furlong or so, and they're not far apart. They're down the back stretch. On the inside, Stegosaurus, narrow lead, Yohida Moneymaker, and 10-run rule between that pair. A length and a half, now 2 to Sway the Jury, who can see the other 3 runners in front. They go into the far turn. Stegosaurus has the lead a half length. 10-run rule shaken up from the second position. Yohida Moneymaker is 3 deep, trying to commence a bid from there, and saving ground is Sway the Jury, who just got a dream run up the rail. Sway the Jury from last to first within a blink of an eye, and is taking command and hugs the inside coming off the turn here. Stegosaurus gives way. Yohida Moneymaker in second now and is clearly in that position. 1 furlong to go. Sway the Jury made that nice move on the turn, and it was the winning move. Sway the Jury. Now it's just a guessing game of how much he's going to win by. Sway the Jury, Luis Perez in a canter. Yohida Moneymaker second across the finish. 10-run rule was third, and Stegosaurus fourth and last. Final time, 1 minute 1.17 seconds. 4 to 5 shots. Sway the Jury wins as advertised. Number 6, Sway the Jury in the winner's circle now. A 3-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Vacoma out of Judiciary by Union Rag. Sway the Jury was bred in New York by Saratoga Glen Farm LLC, now owned by Kathy Bacrala and trained by Anthony Ferraro. Luis Perez, your winning jockey. Sway the Jury pays $370 for the win. And number 6, Sway the Jury was first. 3, Yohita Moneymaker second. 2, 10-Run Rule third. 1, Stegosaurus fourth. 6, 3, 2, 1, your official order of finish. Up next will be the 5th race on the program. The 5th race begins the late pick 4, scratch number 2, Thin Legs. 5 furlongs here. Post time for the 5th race, 23 minutes at 3:04.
All right, horses are getting ready for the next race here. Race number 5 is the fourth race. Sway the Jury proved best as he did get his horses did bunch up front, so couldn't ask for a better situation and a better trip. And Louis Perez did a really good job to come up the inside, move at the right time, and get the easy victory for trainer M. Anthony Ferraro. Louis still one of the better riders. Fifth race, a 5,000 claimer going 5 furlongs. Fillies and Mares have not won a race since the day. Big scratch here of the two Thin Legs, who figured to be the speed of the race and probably the winner. But the problem now is there isn't much for early pace for this 5 furlong race. You kind of look at it, She Loves to Move's got some tactical speed, would be the likely pace setter here. But Let's Maga has some pass speed. And maybe Reiterate could be also more aggressive because, and has shown pace before, because of the situation as being coupled with Make a Joyful Noise, who would need a pace up front to chase after. So I did lean towards the entry here, mainly because of Make a Joyful Noise. If she does get a pace, both of them come out of a race won by Bonfire Diva. Bonfire Diva had a big effort that day, only horse to really chase down any pace, which was Thin Legs. But the big thing was that one came back to win and looked good coming back to win yesterday. So I like the horses that come out of that race. One of them scratched Thin Legs, and that leaves me liking Make a Joyful Noise and Reiterate, who are coupled in here anyway. So I took the entry on top, and I see a lot of followers here liking this entry. But again, the pace situation is the concern, and that's where She Loves to Move really comes into play here. She has tactical speed. She's not really a true speedball. The day she got the lead, nobody else really went. It was kind of a shorter field, and that was a race that was very questionable with pace. Kevin did a good job putting that horse on the front, and she went on with it. Well, you would think that her natural speed would put her out there. It's the big question of the layoff, but tell you what, these John Buckley horses have been winning off the layoff and running well off the layoff. So would be no surprise in here as well. So that's a couple of the contenders for race number 5, a couple of the main contenders. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts. Again, a big scratch of the speed horse, the 2 Thin Legs.
And the runners are now on the track for race number 5. Here's the field. Reiterate is number 1. John Barrios riding today. Number 1A, Make a Joyful Noise. Emmanuel Di Diego is the jockey. Number 2 is Scratch. Number 3, Let's Maga. Christian Navarro is in the irons. Number 4, She Loves to Move. Kevin Navarro in the irons. Number 5, Kaz's Rose. Andre Worry will pilot. Mrs. Bell is number 6, Jackie Davis, set to ride. And rounding out the field is number 7, Miss Pab with Joel Cruz. Race 5 begins the late pick 4. Races 5 through 8, a $5,000 claimer. Fillies and Bears 3-year-olds and upward at 5 furlong. Also, along with the late pick 4, we have Win Play Show, Exacta Tries Super Daily Double Pick 3 wagering. 4 minutes to post for race 5. And the runners are now loading into the gate for race 5. Reiterate coming up to the gate. They've loaded She Loves to Move, Let's MAGA, Kaz's Rose. Mrs. Bell goes in. Make a Joyful Noise. To the outside post, Miss Pab. Here's Miss Pab coming up. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good dispatch for all the runners in the race. She Loves to Move, moves to the lead right away and clears off early. Here's Let's MAGA on the inside. The rail's open. Here he comes to challenge. She Loves to Move. These two together, and they open up 2 lengths on Kaz's Rose in third. Reiterate, Make a Joyful Noise are swarming that runner. And also Mrs. Bell, who's clearly into third going into the far turn run. Miss Pab is last, 5 or 6 behind as they round the far turn. She Loves to Move in the 2-path, nose in front. Let's MAGA right there to her inside, and these two are together, sparring, coming to the top of the lane with Mrs. Bell, 3 wide coming off the turn. Make a Joyful Noise is 4 deep coming down the stretch. Reiterate, down on the inside, finding room as She Loves to Move is dropping anchor. She's done with a furlong to go. Reiterate on the inside, trying to catch Let's MAGA, who's still in charge. Mrs. Bell and Make a Joyful Noise both moving for driving as they come to the finish. It's going to be real tight between Reiterate and Mrs. Bell. Mrs. Bell got it in the 3-path for Jackie Davis. Reiterate was second. Make a Joyful Noise and Let's MAGA in the photo for the Shoto. Driving finish, and we give it to Mrs. Bell, who gets it at 6-1. Photo for the win. Mrs. Bell paying $15.60. Pick 5, $1,199.25. Mrs. Bell first. 1A, Make a Joyful Noise second. 1, Reiterate third. 3, Let's Maga fourth. 6, 1A, 1-3. And we'll mention it once more. Mrs. Bell in the winner's circle. 6-year-old Dark Bear Brown mare by Bellamy Road out of Makeshift by Too Much Bling. She was bred in New York by John Daniel Burkett and Robert Wright. Owned and trained by Victor Dean III. Jackie Davis, your winning pilot. Final time 1 minute, 0.22 seconds for the 5 panels. Race 6 up next. And in the 6th race, there's no jockey changes or scratches. Post time for the start of the late pick 3 in 20 minutes at 3:34.
All right, late pick 3 starts with the 6th. A little bit of a surprise. Good trading job by Victor Dean as Mrs. Bell off the layoff, able to get the victory. Good job by Jackie Davis as well. Got inside position on Make a Joyful Noise and was able to out-rally that one to the wire. Well-timed ride. Mrs. Bell gets the victory to start the late pick 4. Okay, 11 and 9 Claimer is the 6th, never won 3 condition for fillies and mares. And look at it. We'll start with the 7 Bustin' Time. It's a tricky race when it comes to the pace scenario. Speed doesn't look as dominant as yesterday. It seems to be, the track does seem to be playing fair today. Bustin' Time chased home She's a Freud, who was lone speed, going 4.5. What are you going to do? I mean, She's a Freud was off a layoff, but is very quick. And at 4.5, she's quick, and if she doesn't come back, everybody's chasing. Well, Busted Time actually flashed some good early speed to at least stay within range of She's a Freud. Just the other one just didn't come back to her. Considering that was off a layoff, that was a big effort. Now you get a race that doesn't have She's a Freud. Not a lot of speed in here, other than Exotis, who's a 6 horse. She should be out there on the front line with Exotis. That maybe she's got a chance to get the first run on Trouble Luck, who figures to be the favorite in here. Now, Trouble Luck, from a class and fitness standpoint, she looks like the horse to beat. The big question mark with Trouble Luck, obviously, is the short distance of only 5 furlongs. And that's a big issue. Both of her career wins, she's got 2 wins in her career, both of her career wins have been in a rout. The maiden victory was going a mile, and then just recently she also won going a mile. And that seems to be her distance. Well, she shortens up big time 5 furlongs, but the big thing is she's facing easier, and she does have that fitness edge, so she would obviously be no surprise, and she'll probably be the favorite in the race. We're looking for somebody else that's a little bit of a price. How about the 1 Dreamery if they do come back? And that's the thing. There isn't a lot of speed in here. So a horse like Dreamery's got to make up the ground. Of course, the big favorite Trouble Luck's got to make up a lot of ground, considering it's only 5 furlongs. Now, if Dreamery actually ran well, considering 4.5's too short, the speed didn't come back. She's a Freud and Bustin' Time ran 1-2 around the racetrack, and she still rallied past the rest of them to be 3rd. She'll really need some help up for them to stop for her to win with her running style going 5 furlongs, but at least it shows that she can sit back and still make a run no matter what the distance and still have some impact. So she's got a good chance to be in the money again against this field, especially with the extra half furlong, and she's going to be a big price, one of the biggest prices on the board at odds of 12 to 1. But of course, that's a win price. We're talking about a trifecta player. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 6. 7 minutes to post.
And the runners are now making their way onto the track for race 6. $11,000 claimers, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, going 5 furlongs. No changes in race 6. Here's the field. Number 1 is Dreamery. Jeremias Flores is the rider. Number 2, Numeric. Christian Navarro has the reins. Number 3 is Ruby's Mission. Michael Davila Jr. in the irons. Number 4, Tamaki. Joel Cruz has the ride. Number 5, Troubled Luck. Luis Perez is the rider. Ixides is number 6. Emmanuel Di Diego, the rider. Number 7, Bustin' Time. Cabracoa. And number 3 on the first turn now is Ruby's Mission. Michael Davila Jr., the jockey. 4 minutes until race 6, an $11,000 claimer. Start of the late pick 3. There's also Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta wagering, Daily Double pick 3 wagering. 4 minutes to race 6. And the runners are now at the starting gate. It's post time for race 6. Dreamery going into the gate. Numeric post position at number 2. Ruby's Mission coming up. Tamaki goes in. Troubled Luck. 2 back. Ixides. And to the outside post. Bustin' Tie. We're ready to go. And Laroff from the far outside. Bustin' Time busts out of the gate. Goes right to the lead, getting towards the rail here, establishes a clear advantage and goes well with the ears pricked. Numeric runs in the second position. Ruby's Mischief to the inside. Ixides is deep, moving up and clearly into second now, coming to press the issue on the lead, 3 parts of a length off the pace setter. Troubled Luck, 4 lengths behind, a gap of another 3 or 4 to Dreamery, second to last. Tomaki is the trailer as they round the far turn. Bustin' Time doing it nicely on the lead. All he's got to do is keep going here. Bustin' Time, quarter mile more to get. A length in front. Ixides in second and chasing hard coming off the turn. Troubled Luck swings deep for the stretch drive, but Bustin' Time is clear. Kicks away to a 3-length lead with about a furlong to go. Bustin' Time on the inside, rallying on Numeric from towards the back of the field. And now Bustin' Time, all of a sudden, the dirt turned into quicksand for him. He's exhausted, and Troubled Luck just blew by him. Troubled Luck, the winner by 2 here over Ruby's Mischief. Bustin' Time had no finish in the photo for third with Numeric. Final time, 59.99 seconds. Number 5, Troubled Luck was first. Photos all around for the minor awards. Please continue to stand by until the result is declared official. Number 5, Troubled Luck first. Photos for the minor awards have been posted. The results of those photos anyway. Number 3, Ruby's Mischief was second. 2, Numeric third. And 7, Bustin' Time fourth. 5, 3, 2, 7, your top 4 unofficially. Continue to stand by until the results declared official. Now entering the winner's circle is number 5, Troubled Luck. Troubled Luck is a 4-year-old dark bear brown filly by World of Trouble. Out of Beginner's Luck by Awesome Again. Troubled Luck was bred in New York by John Hicks, William Zimba, and Elise Mock, now owned by DLM Stables, LLC. trained by Michael Ferraro. Luis Perez, your winning jockey. Back-to-back wins, 2 wins today for Luis Perez. And Troubled Luck returns $5.20 for the win. Middle pick 5, $127.50. Up next will be the 7th race on our program. A first level allowance here. Scratch number 4, Miss Wobbles. A quintet going 5 furlongs in the 7th race. Post time 20 minutes away.
All right, getting ready for race number 7. And yeah, the favorite Troubled Luck, able to get the victory there, finding this spot a lot easier. Louis Perez getting another win, that one for trainer Michael S. Ferraro. Okay, last double of the day starts in race number 7, Exacta Tri and Super in this allowance race. A significant scratch of the 4, Miss Wobbles, thought it left Sky Travel alone on the lead with the other speed scratching. So Sky Travel was able to get loose in her Finger Lakes debut against a much weaker maiden field. Of course, that was restricted 3-year-old maidens. Now she's in against a much tougher field, a never 1-2 allowance for fillies and mares, but she does have that tactical edge. She should be alone on the lead as far as she goes. Now, she did take advantage of a track that was speed favoring on opening day, where it was a very fast track that everything was on the front was holding on, and she was giving it up going a little further, 3/4 in New York. So we'll see if she can hold on today. The main threat does look like Rochelle Maybell. Rochelle Maybell, obviously a class edge on this field. She was a beaten favorite in her last start in New York. Actually, Keeper Cole was on her that day. It was her first time adding Lasix. This was her first start as a 3-year-old. Maybe she needed that race. She does seem like a horse that's bred for the turf. The Dam, all 3 of her wins were on the turf, and she was also 3rd in a stakes race on the turf. So, but one thing you say, even though she is bred for the turf, probably her best race was on the dirt in a lifetime allowance field back in September. She does seem to have a class edge. I think the main issue here for Rochelle Maybell is the fact that Sky Travel looks to be loose. That one is the one they have to catch. Call Me Penny is a horse that I kind of liked last time and might have got beat by the racetrack on May 5th as well. May 5th seemed to be a little bit speed favoring. Speed was good, and Call Me Penny tried to make a move, but she just kind of ran evenly, going 4.5, as nobody really made any headway in the late stages, especially the first half of the card that day. Well, that was her first race back here. She had won her prior start at Finger Lakes, or a couple starts back at Finger Lakes back in April of last year, winning from a 10-post against a sharp Dale Avenue. Dale Avenue was very sharp in the spring. So let's see if she could bounce back off of that effort and have some headway here against a similar field. But again, she doesn't have the kind of early speed that Sky Travel has. So it seems like they're all chasing that one. Sky Travel right now at odds of 4 to 5. So Exacta Tri, Super, and Daily Double is offered in race number 7. Again, big scratch of the other speed, the 4, Mrs. Wobbles.
Here's the field for race number 7, ladies and gentlemen. Number 1 is Call Me Penny, Romero Mirage with the ride this afternoon. Number 2, Out of the Cloud, Christian Navarro has the assignment. Number 3, Sky Travel, Andre Worry. We'll get to him in just a second. Looks like they went on the first turn. Number 4 is Scratch. Number 5, Rochelle My Bell. Michael Davila Jr. is in the irons. Number 6, Practical Rachel, Kevin Navarro in the red and blue. And number 3, Sky Travel, is on the first turn now. Andre Worry in the pink silks. 4 minutes until race 7, start of the late daily double. There's also win, play, show, exact to try, superfecta wagering. Less than a minute to post. And the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 7. Call Me Penny to the inside post goes into the gate. They've loaded out of the cloud. Sky Travel, post 3. Rochelle My Belle. And to the outside post, Practical Rachel. We're ready to go. And they're off. Practical Rachel a little bit slow to go. No problems from Sky Travel, who went gate to wire last time in a maiden race. And just like last time, wings it on the lead and says, come and catch me if you can. Moving right along here is Sky Travel. Puts about 4 lengths on Call Me Penny, who's in second, and a strung out field. Out of the cloud is third. Rochelle My Belle is fourth. Must be at least 10 lengths behind, but at least she's got a fast pace to chase. And the slow starter, Practical Rachel, is last. 5 runners in single file. I'll say they're separated by 18 lengths as they hit the quarter pole. Let's see how much juice Sky Travel has for the final quarter mile as a 3-length lead, maybe even 4 as they come off the turn here. Call Me Penny is second, out of the cloud third. Rochelle My Belle still fourth, well behind. Furlong to go. Sky Travel at 3 to 5 needs to finish. Her strides are shortening now with a 3-length lead, but she's still clear. Call Me Penny on the wrong lead, trying to race by her, but Sky Travel keeps going. Sky Travel all the way in the Gary Barber's Silks. Call Me Penny second, out of the cloud third. Rochelle My Belle fourth the whole way around, and Practical Rachel trailed throughout. Final time, 1 minute, 0.35 seconds. Number 3, Sky Travel, first. 1, Call Me Penny, second. 2, Out of the Cloud, third. 5, Rochelle My Belle, fourth. 3, 1, 2, 5, your top 4. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. Entering the winner's circle is number 3, Sky Travel. A 3-year-old bay filly by Boisterous out of Skydiver by Tail of the Cat. Sky Travel was bred in New York by Gary Barber, who now currently owns, trained by Chris Engelhardt. Andre Worry, your winning jockey. Sky Travel, 340 for the win. Last race, the nightcap, race 8. In the finale, there's no jockey changes or scratches. A 5-furlong dash, going 5 furlongs. Post time, 21 minutes.
And getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card, as got Lone Speed Horse able to hold on. That was Sky Travel, 2 in a row. That one for Chris Englert. Andre Worry guided that one to the gate to wire victory in race number 7. Just a reminder, we did add Wednesday to our schedule, so we have a live racing card tomorrow, and we will continue that Monday through Wednesday throughout the season. And looking at the last race, more competitive race here is the 8th. It is an ever 1-3 condition. You look to the inside, Untroubled goes from the Tapeta here to the dirt, and very well bred horse, but is a little bit better bred for the turf. The Dam is a half to Go Forth North, who was a graded stakes winner, so she certainly got a class edge, facing a lot tougher. They put her in stakes races way back wedded in 2023, running at Saratoga and Kentucky Downs on the turf, and obviously dropping to 5,000. She's got that back class edge, and she does have some tactical speed from the rail. She'd be no surprise. The 6 horse is U-Butte. U-Butte will be making his first start of the 2025 season, and he's got speed, and it is a race that doesn't have a lot of speed. He may be Untroubled, will be aggressive from the rail, but other than that, not much for early speed. Not only that, a lot of horses that have absolutely no speed whatsoever, that you may see U-Butte and Untroubled put some distance on some of these, then Indy Cowboy a couple lengths behind that one, and the rest of them far back. That's kind of looks like the complexion of this race and what's going to happen here. But U-Butte's got some good works, and again, he looks like the speed of the race. If he could clear Untroubled early, he's obviously dangerous making his first start off the layoff. Indy Cowboy shouldn't be that far behind the other two. He does have some tactical speed. He was running on the turf at Woodbine before arriving here, but has not missed the board in the couple starts that he's had here. And then even look at Fort Erie against some of the cheaper races. He hit the board every time there as well. So coming off the turf at Woodbine and going to Fort Erie and here, he hasn't missed the board in these lower price bottom races. So expect him to be around again today. He certainly looks to get the trip in here, and hard to not use if you're playing trifectas. So that's some of the contenders for the last race on this Tuesday card. Again, live racing continues tomorrow. We got a 1 o'clock first post.
Here's the field for race 8. Number 1, Untroubled, Romero Mirage riding. Number 2, Drinking Solo, Stephen Frett has the call. Number 4, Independent Paul, Joel Cruz in the irons. Number 5, Indy Cowboy, Luis Pena is the jockey today. Number 6, U-Butte, Caber Koa with the ride, looking to bookend the card. Number 7, with no name, Heeman Harkey. Set to navigate. Rounding out the field is number 3, Interchanger. Jose Baez working out already on the backstretch here, warming up. 4 minutes until the nightcap. Race number 8, ladies and gentlemen. This race, $5,000 claimers, 3-year-olds and up. And we have Win Play Show, Exacta Tri Superfecta wagering. Post time 4 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, also a reminder, tomorrow our first Wednesday race card of the season here at Finger Lakes. First post is 1 p.m. Another 8-race program tomorrow on Wednesday. And a reminder, you can go to fingerlakesgaming.com to download and print out racing programs and also past performances for tomorrow Wednesday's card. That's all every day at fingerlakesgaming.com. Every day we've got a live race card you can download and print programs and past performances from fingerlakesgaming.com. 3 minutes to post for the nightcap. the runners have now reached the starting gate. It's post time for the nightcap. A $5,000 claimer. Going 5 furlongs. Romero Mirage and Untroubled are the first ones to go into the gate. Currently 6-5. Romero sporting those red silks. Drinking Solo, post position number 2. Interchanger loading in. Independent Paul, post position 4. Independent Paul ran a couple of times at Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Indy Cowboy, post 5. 2 back, U Butte. Into the outside. With no name. With no name. Heeman Harkey rounding out the field. We're ready to go in the finale. And Leroff, slow to go, is Drinking Solo from the inside. Untroubled darts away to a narrow lead in the early stages. U-Butte taking second, gap of 2 to Interchanger. Indy Cowboy are side by side. Drinking Solo after the slow getaway is 5th, 6 lengths off the pace. Gap of 2 to With No Name, second to last. Independent Paul at the back as they go into the far turn. Untroubled went off as the 1-2 heavy favorite. Leads the way on a hold here, length in front. U-Boot now losing contact with that front runner. He's trying to lug out here on the turn. Romero Mirage trying to keep him straight, but he's naturally quickest and kicks away to a 3-length lead at once with a quarter mile more to get. He's opened up, coming to the top of the stretch. Interchanger is second. U-Butte is next on the far outside. Indy Cowboys getting into it. Furlong to go. Untroubled, asked to finish, and he's got plenty for the final furlong here as he opens up once again. Now he's 5 ahead, and it's going to be Untroubled. Untroubled in victory today in the nightcap. Interchanger second, third home Drinking Solo, Indy Cowboy fourth in the finale at Finger Lakes. Number 1 Untroubled first, 3 Interchangers second, 2 Drinking Solo third, 5 Indy Cowboy fourth, 1, 3, 2, 5. Your top 4. Final time for 5 furlongs, 59.05 seconds. Please continue to stand by until the results are declared official. Now in the winner's circle is number 1 Untroubled, a 4-year-old bay colt by World of Trouble, out of Rambling Rhonda by Tapazar. Untroubled was bred in Kentucky by Equinox Incorporated, now owned and trained by Eduardo Caramore. Your winning jockey, Romero Mirage. Please continue to stand by, waiting on that official sign. Untroubled pays $3 and a dime for the win. Pick 5. Late pick 5, $173.50. Late pick 4, $67 and a quarter. Ladies and gentlemen, live racing resumes tomorrow here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Our first Wednesday of the season. First post 1 p.m. on an 8-race program. And remember, you can go to fingerlakesgaming.com to download and print your past performances and race program. Each and every day we have that option on our website for you for free. Until next time, we ask you to please drive home safely. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. This is track announcer, your fill-in track announcer, Matt Dinnerman signing off. Until next time, may your dreams be winning ones and may those dreams come true. Keep living the dream, folks. Good night.